Hey guys, thanks for joining me today. I'm doing another acrylic tutorial, but this one's going to be a little bit different. I am doing a still life portrait. Here's the image that I got off of unsplash.com. And I really like the colors and the contrast of the lights and the darks. This one's going to be different because I am going to do the base in acrylics and then I'm going to go over it in oils after it dries. So I want to show you how you can go ahead and achieve that. I'm working on a 12 by 12 gesso board. They're not expensive. This was like 10 bucks. It is actually my first time using this. It is a ultra smooth finish, so I'm not sure how I'm gonna like that. We'll see. Especially with going over it with oils, sometimes it can work and sometimes it can be too slippery. But I figured why not try it. So this is a 12 by 12 and I just took a burnt umber and did 2 coats of that on the background just to give it a nice medium to dark mid-tone. What you don't want to do, even though this photograph here is really dark back in here, it's almost black. On the printed version, it comes out pretty much black, but on the reference photo itself, it is a really dark, rich brown. What you don't want to do though is paint this all in black. The reason being, we are doing a lot of yellows and oranges in this piece. And when you put yellow and orange over black, you're going to end up with a greenish hue unless you cover it with white first. So to skip that step, use a nice rich dark brown first, and then you won't have an issue going over it. There might be some places that we might need to lighten up with some white and then go over it, let that dry, then go over it with some yellow just to really get those vibrant highlights out. But for the acrylic portion, I'm not going to get too detailed with it. I just want to get my base in, and then we can go through with the oils and start really adding some vibrancy and some details to it. So let's get started. So for my palette information as to what I have laid out here on my palette, it may change, but what I'm going to do is just put that in the description and you can refer back to that, and I'll kind of walk you through what I am using at the time, try to anyways. And then as far as how I got this transferred on here, I just used transfer paper and I printed the image here in black and white and just took my pencil and it just transfers the image onto it, and I just outlined some of the basic shapes that I wanted to keep in there. It's not a step you have to do. You can freehand this. I just wanted to get it on there quickly so that I can get started on the painting process of it, but feel free to use the grid method, projection, freehand it, whatever works for you. And so let's get started. I'm going to use a number 8 angle brush, and I think I'm going to start with some of the lighter shades first and get those blocked in. So up here I see some really bright highlight. So I'm just going to take some pure white and block that in. Even though it's not quite pure white, I want to just get that blocked in, and we can correct any of that with some of the oils. So just follow that line. And this is why it's good to have a sketch done first. It makes it a little bit easier. And also having a printed image here right next to my painting that is the same size is really beneficial if you start getting stuck and aren't quite sure where things are supposed to go. You want to have that image handy, and it's good just to be able to have it side by side, and then it really shows you where you might be going wrong and what needs to be corrected. So I'm just taking this pure white and loading my brush so it comes to a nice chiseled point. There's not a lot of paint on here, and I am just going and putting in some of the basic highlights that I see that are almost white, but they're not quite white. And then there's some really bright down here. on this orange part. So I'm going to lift up in the direction of the orange, the way that the natural veins of the orange would go. I'm going to follow that direction. And it doesn't have to match exactly. This is just a base layer right now, and I'm not going for an exact match. I just really want to capture that contrast effect that this image has. There's some on the back of this here, so we'll just get that in. Just kind of giving a general idea. I'm not looking to match the veins exactly. Just want to pop in some of these brighter areas. And you can use what brush works for you. If you like working with a bigger brush on your beginning layers so that it's a little looser, you could do that. I just, because it is a 12 by 12, I figured this brush will probably work best for achieving some of the smaller areas that I need to get into. And then we can put a little bit on this area here so that when we do go over it with yellow, it's going to brighten it up even more. And I'm just kind of doing some dotted circles and just kind of rubbing that out so that it creates a nice soft highlight there. I don't want any harsh lines at this point. And then these are two flowers here, and in my reference photo, it's because it is kind of washed out in some of the brighter areas, it's hard to tell where one flower starts and one flower ends. So just use your best judgment. Now, if you did paint this all in black, like I said, you would want to go over pretty much the entire piece here and paint it with a layer of white so that you could get your yellows to show up the proper color. Even with this Burnt Umber, it's still not going to show up completely white. And also, I'm using Liquitex Basics paint, which is considered a student grade paint. However, for the type of work that I do and my technique, it works really well for me. But if you want more coverage, then you're going to want to use maybe like the heavy body or some goldens or something like that, just to give you a little bit more coverage on the first layers. But because I do a lot of glazing generally, the Liquitex Basics aren't quite as pigmented, and so it really helps achieve a nice glaze. So I'm just going through the image here and just paying attention to my reference photo as to where I want some of these brighter pieces, and then we'll go in with some of the more yellow tones. Okay, so I'm gonna rinse my brush, although I probably didn't need to because I'm just gonna pick up some more white, and let's do some yellow. I'm gonna do some cadmium yellow, and then I can do a little bit of Naples yellow just to tone down that vibrancy a little bit. And I'm looking for this highlight right in here because that seems to be my next lightest value. And I'm adding white so that I can get more of the coverage to cover that, the base that I have down here. So let's try this. And for this, I'm going to sweep to the side. Just because in my reference photo, that's how the glass is reflecting. It's kind of sweeping this way. So I want to make sure I follow that. Just looking for coverage on the canvas at this point. And I do want to make sure that since I am going over this in oils, I don't want a lot of ridges in my paint. I don't want too much paint on the canvas. I just want a nice thin layer so that when I go over it with oils, that texture isn't going to show through. If you like texture in your paintings, absolutely put that paint on a little thicker to create some of that texture. But for this one, I'm not going for a textured painting. Let's see, this is here. And you can see that's just a little bit of a difference here from on camera. It is a little, you can't see the difference quite as much, but this has a definitely a more yellow tone to it. So I can come up in here, and the rim of the jar here has some of this. And then we can kind of start, actually I'm going to deepen that color just a little bit. I'm going to take some yellow oxide into that to create a nice warm yellow that's not too vibrant, and we'll try that and see. So for this, I'm just going to come up here and pull down just to get this blocked in. And then with the oils, we can go back through and start adding in more of the detail. And one of the reasons why people like to use acrylic on the bottom of their, or underneath their oils, is so that they don't have to paint quite as thick, and then it takes a really long time to dry. So that's a good step to keep in mind. I'm just adding a little bit of Alizarin Crimson to this. That's a really good step to keep in mind if you're wanting to finish a painting a little quicker when you're working with oils, because they do take quite a bit longer to dry. You can also mix in a medium, which I do pretty often, and that helps speed up the dry time. But once you mix in the medium, usually it becomes more transparent, so you're not getting that coverage that you might want with the oils. So having this underlayer of acrylic really helps. Having that there really helps so that you don't have to layer on the paint quite as much. So I'm just popping in some of this color. And oils are probably my favorite medium. I paint a lot with acrylics just because I do a lot of commissions. And when you paint, you can still do commissions with oils, but it does take longer, especially if you're going to ship. The client isn't going to be able to receive it for a little while because of the dry time. So when I first started painting, I actually learned in oils, and I just love the buttery effect that you get with oils, and it's really easy to blend with oils. They do take a little bit of getting used to, especially if you're starting with acrylics. They do take a little bit of getting used to, but they're definitely doable. Sometimes I find them a little bit easier to work with than acrylics because they're a little bit more forgiving. Although acrylics you can just paint over if you make a mistake. the oils are actually really forgiving, that you can kind of wipe them off and restart. If you like the really blended effects, that you would want to use some oils for that. Okay, so I'm just going through and putting in this water line here. And I'm kind of being a little quick with this. If you want a more detailed acrylic underbase, you could definitely slow it down and take your time and put in all the details, and then just go through with just a little bit of the oil and punch up some of the colors. But I'm looking to just create a really nice even base and go from there. So I just keep adding in some Alizarin Crimson to warm that up a bit. And the colors don't actually have to match really well right now. I'm looking more at my values to make sure that they are matching where I want them. So I took a little bit of water, some Alizarin Crimson, and I'm going to go in with some Burnt Umber just to get a nice rich brown. And I'm going to fill in this area here. And I'm just doing some nice vertical strokes, just kind of letting the canvas or the wood panel just pick up color here and there, and that kind of gives it a nice streaky effect that you would get with glass like this. So the one thing I've noticed with this wood panel that I'm using, I kind of like it so far, but the one thing I'm noticing is that even though it's pre-gessoed, the paint really soaks in to the canvas. And I've used it once on a oil portrait that I started, and it's not completed yet, but I'm using the same type of panel in a different size, and I kind of like it because with oils it soaks in a lot quicker, which means that your oil paints dry a lot quicker. But however, with the acrylics, I'm noticing that it's really hard to get coverage on it. So if you're new to painting with acrylics, maybe start with like a watercolor canvas, or just a really smooth linen canvas would work. And try that first. But I liked the convenience of this being kind of like a hard panel, and then it's got an edge on the side of it that makes it a little bit thicker. And I liked that idea and really wanted to just try something different from what I usually use as the watercolor canvases. And I like them. I like the smoothness of them, but I just really wanted to try something a little bit different. So I'm going to take more Burnt Umber, and I'm making sure I've got a nice chiseled point on my brush here, and I'm just going to add some of this to the top. And then there is some of this color in here. And then this color also comes around this way. You can fill this in here. And since I have a lot of buildup on my brush here, I'm just laying it down and kind of letting the streaks happen just to give it a little bit more of a looser feel. And then you can just blend those out, keeping everything vertical for this section here. Let's pick up some white, get some more yellow, and I didn't even rinse my brush, so it's coming out like a light beigey yellow, which is fine because I'm not going for color match at this point. There are just some of these highlights in here on the jar that I want to make sure I get in. And I have my sketch down here, but I'm not really being exact with it. Just kind of whatever I feel like it needs at the time. If you're going for, you know, like hyper-realism, you really want to pay attention to your reference photo, because our eyes like to play tricks on us. And what we know and what we actually see can be a little different. So pay attention to your reference photo. But for this, I think I kind of want a looser style. I've really been practicing trying to be a little bit looser, and my brain just does not want to cooperate. It wants to follow exactly what I see. So this one, I figure I'll just get the base laid in with acrylics and then really loosely, and then go in with the oils on top. So I'm going to take some burnt sienna, and let's try some cad yellow. I'm looking for this color here. I'm going to add some cad orange to that. Give it a little bit more vibrancy, that cad orange and cad yellow, but it kind of helps dull it down with this sienna. So now I've got the tone that I want. I need to adjust my values, so I'm going to grab some white. And when you add white to something, it automatically dulls it. So I'm going to take some more of my cad yellow and my cad orange, and I think we'll just go with that. I'm going to clean off the buildup on my brush. And when we go over this in oils, we'll do any of the color corrections, but right now I just really want to get my values in and my shapes in so I don't lose those. Still doing some vertical strokes. Add a little bit of water to that. And I'm noticing that on camera you're seeing it a little bit more, a little bit brighter than what it is. It's actually toned down quite a bit. So I'm just filling this in wherever I see this kind of color that could be used. Making sure that my paint is laid down thinly so I don't have any issues going over it with acrylics or with oils. Okay, I'm just going to wipe my brush off, grab some of the Alizarin Crimson. Let's do some Burnt Umber with that. Nice deep, rich brown. And I'm going to fill in this water line back in here. I'm not even going to rinse my brush. I'm just going to take some of that lighter color so that it shows up a little bit better in the back. Just being really loose with this. Trying not to get too tight on my brush. And then we can take some of that color, put it underneath here. Down here, and in here I can kind of see some of the reflection of of the flower here, so I'm just adding some of this in there. Down this side. Okay, so let's so to get a little bit more coverage, I'm going to use a little bit more of a flat brush instead of the angle brush. This is a number 8 glaze brush. You can use whatever you feel will work for what you're trying to achieve. If you're doing this on a larger canvas, you'll want to stick to some larger brushes. And same thing goes for a smaller canvas. You want to use some smaller brushes. So I stepped away from the canvas for a minute, and in all honesty, I just wanted to get some coffee. But as I stepped away, this needs to be more orange. So I'm going to take some of that Cadmium Orange, and I'm going to add some yellow, Cadmium Yellow to that. And then just a touch of white to brighten it up and to also give it some coverage. So that's what I am finding with this board, is I'm not getting the coverage that I want. It seems to all be kind of soaking into the board. So, which is fine. This was just kind of a test to see how I liked this board. So I have brighten that color up quite a bit with some vibrancy, and I'm just going to add this in here and try and start creating some coverage and some of that vibrancy that I see in the picture. And if I go over my line here, that's okay, because we're gonna, with the oils, we're gonna go back through and cover everything with oils anyways, so that's not a concern. And I think I'm just going to fill this in and then go back over it with some dark in some of the areas, just to get the coverage that I want. So if you're an acrylic artist and you've never painted with oils, I suggest you give it a try. Sometimes us as artists, we get a little bored or worn out on one medium or one style of painting, and that's kind of where I have been, and I went back to my roots of the oils and started playing around with those, and I thought, I would really like to get back into using more oils sometime. I still love acrylics because they can be achieved really quickly, and especially when I'm doing commissions, I can get them sent out in a timely manner. But the oils, for some, it's just nice to be able to leave your palette out and know that, you know, you could come back to it the next day and your paint is still going to be wet. Sometimes the paint on your canvas will still be wet. That's just it. You can just kind of pick up where you left off. So I suggest, if you're getting bored with art in general, mix it up. Try a different medium, try a different technique. Just try different avenues just to get that creative spark back. All right, so that is more like I want it. Again, I'm just filling this in really rough, so this is a lot different than what I normally do. Trying to be a little looser with it, trying not to get caught up in too many of the details for this under painting. And I'm still, for this section, still going vertical with it. Although right here, I do see that there's like a ridge in the reference photo. There's kind of like a ridge at the bottom. So I did go horizontal with that. Can bring some of that color a little farther down. And you can also, like, you don't have to use the burnt umber. If I were to do this again, I probably wouldn't use the burnt umber. I like how deep it is, and I could easily see my drawing on there. But you could also use like a burnt sienna or even a raw sienna, and that's a little bit lighter and might be a little bit easier to go over with some of these more vibrant colors. Just try it and see what works for you. Everybody's painting styles are different, and to each his own, whatever works. Okay, so I'm just looking at my reference photo, just trying to see where I can pop some of this color in on this jar area. Right now I'm just focused on the jar, just want to get that filled in, and then we'll move on to the other stuff. Brightening up this line here. And then we can even add just a little bit back in there. And let's see, it needs a little bit brighter this side here. So this is going to be a little bit too bright, but that's okay. We'll just to get some contrast in here. And remember, if you are planning on using any oils, you want to make sure you're done completely with acrylics. You can layer oils over acrylics, but you cannot do the opposite. You cannot put acrylic over oils. I have heard feedback on other people that have kind of tried it before and they say it works, but I wouldn't risk it. Just do the oils on top of the acrylics. So make sure you're completely done with your acrylics, put everything away, use different brushes so that there's not any moisture remaining in the brush that's going to affect the oils. Because as you know, water and oils don't mix, and since this is a water-based paint, you don't want to mix that with any of your oil-based paints. All right, so it's kind of coming together. I do need to up this value a little bit. So let's add some sienna to that. And just make it a darker orange than what we have on this side here. Add a little bit of water to my brush. I'm just gonna do some nice vertical strokes. Just kind of get this color in there sporadically. So there is quite a bit of variation in color throughout this jar because of the reflection and the light refraction and everything, so I'm not going to worry about being too precise on this section of it. My paint is pretty thin right now, and that's allowing me to kind of get some of these blendy strokes in, going over what I've already previously laid down. Because it is a little bit darker in value, those are still going to show up. So you can see the wood panel that this is right here. You can see some of the texture lines. I generally don't like that in my paintings, but it should be less noticeable when we go over it with the oils. So if you like a textured painting, you could do, they have these wood panels in like a medium texture, and I think I may have liked that a little bit better than this ultra smooth. So pick one up and just try it. I just got mine at Hobby Lobby and just saw them there and thought, huh, it's a little different than my normal canvases. Might as well try it. So I'm just kind of doing some vertical strokes, kind of trying to blend this a little bit more. I'm going to take some of the, let's do some Cad Orange, Cad Yellow, Sienna, and let's do some white. See if I can merge those two a little bit better. I'm going to put some water in my brush so that it's more of a glaze on top. And that's too bright, so let's add some more sienna to that. And if it doesn't blend exactly, that's okay, because I'm going to be going over it in oils, and oils will blend wonderfully. So we're going to do some Burnt Umber in there just to deepen it a little bit. And some more Cad Orange to get some more of that vibrancy in there. More water. All right, let's try this. And if you're struggling with not getting it right, step away from the canvas for a minute. It really does help. If you step back like 5, 6, up to 10 feet and have your reference photo beside you, you'll be able to kind of pinpoint a little bit easier where it's kind of jarred, where it's off. I generally paint sitting down, but I'm in a rolling office chair, and so I can back up and roll backwards and take a look at it. When I'm filming, it's a little bit harder to do, but I like to be able to back up from the canvas and take a look, because you're not seeing any of the details anymore. You're just seeing the contrast. You're just seeing the values and the shapes, and so the details aren't being clouded into the mix. All right, so let's see, where else do we need this color? Can add a little bit in here just to get more coverage. And I'm using the sharp edge of my brush and just kind of going in a vertical pattern. Everything on this is vertical right now. And then up in here does need to be a little bit darker, so I'm going to go into some, I didn't wash my brush or anything, I'm going to go into some Burnt Umber and wipe off some of that excess on there. And where this water line is, I'm going to pull down, line up my brush with that and pull down. sometimes as artists, you know, we really struggle with staying creative and staying in that creative mode, especially if you're a commission artist and you do a lot of commissions. You're not getting to paint what you really enjoy painting. And so I really suggest that you mix it up with a different medium, mix it up with taking a break from commissions, maybe in between a commission, paint something that you really want to paint it maybe a different style. You can watch YouTube videos that kind of help lift your spirit and really get you in the mood to paint and being creative. Sometimes I do that before any of my paintings, is I'll kind of watch, if I'm doing an oil painting, I'll watch an oil painter, and it just kind of brings back all the memories of painting like that, and it gets me excited. But try to paint something different. Try to do something that you're not used to and give it a try, or do like a painting class. Even though maybe you're a little bit more advanced in painting than what the painting class offers, it's nice just to get out there and hear somebody live kind of talking about the different things in painting and trying something new, trying to maybe be looser with your style if you're a realism artist. And that's what I really struggle with, is being really loose with my style. There's a lady that, her name is Amy Hoover, and she's on YouTube and Facebook and Instagram, but her paintings are very loose, but they're very detailed, and they look so real, and her colors that she uses are just beautiful. And I wish that I could get myself to paint that kind of a style, but I always feel like it's not finished unless it looks like the photo. But I think it would be a fun style to paint and just really different, and put your own expression into it. So I suggest just trying something different, trying something out of the norm. And I did try to do a looser style painting and used a palette knife and tried, you know, not making it look quite so realistic. It was of an elk, and I wasn't happy with it. I couldn't get my brain to wrap around making it looser, and I kept wanting to go in and tighten up. And so I'm really trying to, with my underlayers, just try to be loose with it and focus more on just the values instead of details. Okay, so I'm going to go in with some darker values up in here. We'll use some Burnt Umber, and I'm going to add some Ultramarine Blue to that, and that makes a really nice deep color. You can also use some black, but sometimes you just want to be careful with black. It can be a little overpowering, so if you are going to use black, maybe add a little bit of crimson and some ultramarine to it or something, just to kind of tone it down just a little bit, because it can be a little dull. Alright, so I'm just gonna indicate some of these lines here, not being really precise with it. Underneath this lid there is some nice dark area in there, and there's a lip right here that there's a nice dark area under, and then this kind of does a fade into the background over here, so that's why it's not drawn in. there's just some kind of darker areas in here. I'm just dotting that on. So I'd really love to get your guys' feedback on what kind of videos you would like to see. I try to do a variety of different videos, but I would love to see like what kind of subjects you guys maybe struggle with the most that I could try and help you out with, give you some tips on. Maybe there's a medium that you're really wanting to know about. I've tried a variety of different mediums. More experienced in the oil and acrylic mediums, but pastels, I have done those. Never done watercolor. Not opposed to trying it. And of course graphite drawings, I've done those. But I'd really love some feedback as to what you guys might like to watch. And if you're ever interested in purchasing any of the paintings that I've done on the videos, you can contact me through Facebook or Instagram, or you can email me at artbyboz@gmail.com, and I can give you the information. I also take commissions, so if you have a painting or have a picture that you want painted and are willing to have it as a YouTube video, as long as it is a royalty-free photo, like you took it or you got it from a royalty-free site, then I can do that for you, and you can contact me and I can give you some information about the process. So I'm just filling this in with whatever shades. I just took some raw sienna and am kind of just giving it a little bit of motion back in here. There's a lot of little dots and things from the texture of the glass that I see. So I'm really just giving it some action in this area. And if you guys are enjoying these videos, please like and subscribe. You can comment on the videos if you ever have any questions, or you can email me. Follow me on Facebook and Instagram at BozArt. And I love to hear feedback, and I've had a few people message me with questions about their own paintings, and I'm always happy and thrilled to hear from anybody if they have questions about any of the process, or if you need help deciding how you should proceed with the painting. I'd be more than happy to help you. Sometimes it could turn into a video that I maybe do, because if it's a very common question, then I might as well make a video on it if more people are asking about it. All right, so just kind of adding, there's some really dark, it's not all completely dark right here, so I'm just kind of adding in a little bit of lines and motion back in here. And then if an area gets too bright, I can always go back over it. Just doing a combination of kind of vertical strokes and horizontal strokes. I don't quite understand the light refraction when it comes to water, but I do know that there, especially in a jar, there's a lot of vertical strokes and some horizontal strokes. So I'm trying to emulate that. Okay, so now let's see, where do I want to start now? I think what I want to do is go in with a nice pointer brush, liner brush. filling in some of these shapes up here, and that way when I go over this I'm not going to lose those shapes. So this is a 3-0 round, and it might not be small enough, but we'll see. Maybe just for the blocking in it'll be okay. So I think what I'm going to do is just take some Naples Yellow and some Sienna, just kind of give it somewhat of a lighter color, and that way when I go in with my other colors I'm not going to lose those lines and have to redraw those in. Alright, so I'm just going to go over all the lines that I have here. Not going to worry about being too precise with this. I just added some more water to my brush. If you're not getting a nice thin line, you want to add some water to your brush. But it will reduce the coverage on it, so you might have to add a little bit more paint or some white to it to get a little bit more coverage. And these aren't all this same color. I can see some up in here, some greens. We'll correct all of that when we do the oils. Okay. All right, so have that blocked in now. Now I need that to dry a little bit before I go over it with any of the other colors. So I'm going to go back to my flat brush, a number 8 flat. It's actually called a glaze brush. I usually don't use those for glazing very often. We're gonna go ahead and put in some of the base color on the orange on this section here. And let's see. Use the Naples Yellow, Cad Orange, quite a bit of Cad Orange, just to get some of that vibrancy in. And I think I'm going to use this color. We'll see, it might be a little too, actually let's add some umber to that, Burnt Umber, just to dull it out a little bit, because I think I'm going to use it for the shadows areas here. Just to get those blocked in. And then more umber. And maybe a little bit of ultramarine. Just a little bit though, because it will go of a greenish color. So maybe that's not quite dark enough. And we're going to darken all of this. This orange kind of fades off into the background, but we're going to darken all of this. I just want to get these base colors and the shapes, the basic shapes that I see in here. I just want to get those in. The other thing that's hard when you go from working with acrylics to oils is you have to be, with acrylics, you can rest your hand on here. When you're working with oils, all of this is going to be wet. And so if you rest your hand on here, you're going to get paint everywhere, you're going to smudge it everywhere. So I've done that a few times since I haven't worked with oils in so long. I did a couple paintings with oils, and I have done that a few times already. And it's just because with acrylics they dry so fast that I'm able to rest my hand and get a steady hand on there. But with oils you really have to, I believe they're called a mahl stick. However, I haven't made one of those yet. I probably should, but haven't. And that just allows you to have a stick up ahead, and you're able to rest your hand on something to stabilize it so you can get nice clean lines for all that detail. Alright, so I'm just filling in this bottom where this bottom would be on this portrait or on this picture. And I'm just taking some of that ultramarine blue, mixing it with the orange mixture, and it's kind of a grayed down color, which will be fine because I'm going to add more vibrancy up here. Just looking to get coverage. And I think I've decided that if I were to do this again, I would probably use burnt sienna for this, and then that would make the coverage a little bit easier. If I was doing this all in oils, I could do the burnt umber background and then just go into it with oils on top of that, because they are so thick that they have a really good coverage. But since it's acrylic and I'm using Liquitex Basics, it's not a very heavy body acrylic. It makes it a little bit more difficult. So I'm just filling in some of those darker shadowed areas that I see. Just trying to get some of these shapes in. Kind of on this transition, it starts coming a little bit warmer, so I grab some burnt umber. Trying to be loose with it. Like I said, I'm not the artist that's a very loose artist. I would love to be. But it always feels like I'm not doing it correctly. So if you're a loose artist, fill this in really loosely and it would be a really pretty piece as well. Still lifes are usually really pretty with a looser brush stroke effect where you can see the brush strokes in it. Okay, so let's go. There's some really bright yellow, so I'm going to take some Cadmium Yellow, a little bit of Naples. Naples is a little bit more opaque than Cadmium. Cadmium is very, especially in Liquitex Basics, it's very translucent. So if I add a little bit of the Naples, it kind of gives me a little bit more coverage. So let's see. I'm going to have to do a few coats of this because you can see the dark is just kind of showing through. Just looking closely at my reference photo for these colors. So it's a little bit brighter yellow here, and then it kind of fades off into an orangier color. So I'm going to add some Cadmium Orange to that. mixture that I have and a little bit of the Alizarin Crimson. And this will probably be too dark to start with, and that's okay, but we'll lighten it up a little bit, but it'll give us another layer of coverage. You can see how translucent it is on here, and that's why I think a lighter background may have benefited me if I had done that, but I didn't, so I'm going to show you how to get around that. And like I said, the wood board is, even though it was already primed, it's still just kind of soaking that paint in. And it can give it a really nice effect, but I can see where it could cause some issues. So I'm just trying to give this orange like some texture, some vibrancy here and there, and some coverage. Not too worried about the colors at this point. I really want to get that contrast in there, because that's what this painting has the most, is that contrast. Kind of dry brushing over that area here. Okay, so that's a good base to start with. I'm going to let that dry before we do another coat over that. And I'm going to do the same thing with these orange slices here. I'm going to take some Cadmium Orange, Alizarin Crimson, just to kind of mix up the color a little bit. I don't want everything that same exact color, even though in the reference photo they're all pretty similar. I do want a little bit of a variation, so I think I'm going to try to add some umber to that. See if we can get a little bit more coverage. I'm going to try going in with this darker color and then going over top with some lighter. And then let's pick up some Sienna. Cad Yellow. Going in the direction of the orange. Just trying to get some texture in there. Let's see, I'm going to add a little bit more red to this orange here. Using pretty much that same mixture, just adding colors to it. I'm going to pull up in the direction that the orange is laying, because I can see I put these lines in here to show which way those veins in the orange were going. That gives me a little bit of a guide to follow. I'm just going to pick up some Naples Yellow, actually, and some Cad Orange. And just give it kind of a highlight here. And I'm going to go back into that reddish color, pop a little bit of that in here. This orange in here is a little bit more detailed. You can see in my reference photo, you can see more of where the veins are going. So when I had sketched this out, I had outlined those just to make sure I had a little bit of that detail in there. I'm going to kind of go around those a little. Being fairly loose with this, just popping this color in. I really just want to get this coverage because I'm going to have to do another coat because the background is so dark. I'm going to have to do another coat to get the coverage before I move on to oils. You don't have to, but I really just want to I just want the oils to kind of blend everything and really give it some vibrancy, and it'll be easier if I have the basics in here first and have that coverage in here first. Okay, so let's grab some Naples Yellow. Just pop some of this in here. Just using the corner of my brush here. Not being precise at all. But I am trying to follow the stroke of the orange, kind of follow that. That'll make things a little bit easier for you down the line. And it helps determine the way that the orange is laying. If you can keep your strokes in that direction, kind of makes the eye realize that it's turned a certain way. Let's go in with some Sienna. Fill these in. Just getting a variety of different colors. The orange, the way it's hitting the light, has quite a bit of colors going on. There's a lot of, in this area here, there's a lot of translucent effects where you can kind of see through it. So I want to make sure I have a variety of colors in there. So I'm going from light to dark, picking up different vibrancy of colors. Just kind of trying different things. I'm seeing what will work best, trying to, each time I go and work on one area, I kind of add it a little bit to the next section. That just gives a nice harmony to the painting. Let's pick up some white. Just with my dirty brush, it's making it a really light color. I'm just going to go through and fill this in where the light is hitting it. Taking the corner of my brush and just kind of dotting it and putting on this highlight that I see around the rim of the orange slice here. Add a little bit of the same color over to this highlight area here, just to get that coverage. Start on that other layer. And then even back in here, there's a little bit. Okay, so now we can move on to filling in the flowers a little. All right, so I'm going to use a number 2 round, and I'm going to dampen my brush a little bit. And let's go ahead and start filling this in. I'm not worried about the shape of the flower, getting every petal correct. Even for when I go over it with oils, I'm not worried about getting all of that correct. I can make it into whatever kind of flower I feel like I want to do at the moment. But I just want to emulate some of those colors that are in there. So I'm going to take some Sienna, and let's do a little bit of umber with that. And maybe a touch of the ultramarine just to darken it up a little bit. I'm going to go into the centers here and fill in some of this darker color, going right over my lines, just wanting to get that coverage down. So now I can take let's take some Sienna to that. I'll just use whatever's left on my brush and mix it with that just to get a little bit lighter color. And start going over some of those areas. Sometimes flowers, when you trace them out or draw them out, sometimes they can get confusing and you lose track of what's supposed to be a highlight, what's supposed to be a shadow, and you get kind of lost in that. One thing that you can do, which I've done here in case I do get lost on any of it and want it to be a little bit more precise to the picture, I've left this from where I've traced, I've left it taped to the board, and that way if I do get lost, I can go ahead and flip this back over, take my transfer paper underneath it and transfer it back on any of the shapes or areas where I'm missing anything that I need to kind of realign with. So that's an option too. And transfer paper is really a great tool. It makes really easy because I generally draw out my stuff, but for like pet portraits and things like that, when it needs to be really precise and you need to capture that likeness, sometimes I'll use transfer paper or projector and project it if I'm wanting to capture the exact shape of something and don't want to spend all day trying to draw it out onto the canvas. Especially if you're a full-time artist, time is money when you're painting, and I would rather spend my time painting than drawing it out and taking up my time that way. So sometimes I'll just transfer it. So just filling this color in, just trying to get some color on there. And then I can go in with some unbleached titanium white with a dirty brush, whatever's on my brush, just mix it with that, get a nice lighter color. And I can start pulling in from the petals. Trying to capture some of that light. starting from the outside and then kind of pulling into the center of where the petal or the center of the flower would be. Just continue doing that. Just add a little bit of water to my brush just to help it flow. But as you can see, it kind of reduces that transparency or that opaqueness of it. So, you know, I already plan on doing another coat in the same process that I'm doing this. And then once I do the second coat, as long as it's good and I've got everything laid out where I need it, then I can start with the oils. And you could definitely do this all just in oils, and I thought about it. But there's a lot of people out there who use acrylics, and if you really want to take your painting to the next level, try using oils, and it really helps with the vibrancy of it. And so I wanted to show people how you can do that. But if you were going to do this all in oils, I would use like a Galcide medium or some liquid. You could use liquid, and that way your base layer, put your base layer on, mix all your paints with the liquid, let that dry, and usually when you use those mediums, usually it's dry within a day, maybe 2 days. If you're using like a black a lot or a white a lot, those ones tend to take the longest to dry. Usually it'll be a couple days, and then you can go back through and do another layer. I used to paint just strictly in oils and absolutely loved it. I started painting after watching Bob Ross, you know, the legendary Bob Ross. Pulled out my husband's old paint set that he got that was probably 10 years old, and it had oil paints in it, and had absolutely no idea how to work with oil paints. Didn't realize that they would dry, or that they would take forever to dry. And I was going to give it as I was painting something, and I was going to give it as a gift to my mother for, I believe it was for like Mother's Day or something. Never painted before, and tried oils, not realizing they take forever to dry, and it wasn't ready in time. So keep that in mind, that if you're doing a commission, you want to add some more time to that, because especially if you're going to ship it, you want to make sure it's completely dry before you go and ship anything. But I watched the Bob Ross and got so inspired, which is what he was great at, was just inspiring people, and had to continue, and just loved oil paints, just loved them. And everybody wanted me to try acrylics, and I didn't want to. I loved my oils. Learned how to work with them, learned about their drying times, and at the time I didn't use any medium, and so the dry times were quite a while, and so it would take me probably at least 3 weeks to finish a painting in an oil paint. And that was primarily just, and I wasn't as detailed as I am now, and that's primarily just because of I was waiting like a week for it to dry each time. So I'm going to go in with some Naples Yellow. Same brush. Fill this in here. Now that we have that white on there, it's going to really make it a little bit more vibrant. Can add some of that to here actually. Start to create some of that transparency. Just using my brush, just kind of scrubbing this color in wherever I think it could use it. So with the transfer paper, you can see all of these white lines here, and those don't come off. I could rub and rub and rub, and they might come off a little bit, but they're not going to come off very well. So I want to make sure I get those covered when I go through with oil paint, and that won't be an issue because I can blend the background and the shadows in to it. But let me show you the one that I'm working on right now and the issue that I had with the transfer paper. So this is base layers done on it, but this one is of my daughter, and this is all oil paints. But if you look closely, you can see I transferred, and there's some lines. There's some really dark lines, especially like around her mouth here. There's dark lines at the transfer paper. It's I believe it's graphite. I believe it's graphite, but it leaves that line there. It's really difficult to cover, and sometimes even with the oil paints, it will go ahead and mix with your oil paints, and so you just want to make sure that whatever you're doing is going to cover that completely. You might have to do a little bit more layering on top of that. But this is the hard panel that I used for this portrait. I'll show you the back of it. And it's really, really hard. It's really sturdy. This was the first portrait that I've ever done and started. It's oil paint, and it's just in the base layers right now, but it's dry. Like I said, it dried almost overnight just without even medium on there. So just try it out. It's really smooth. It worked pretty well, but you can see a lot of the brush strokes and the pattern of the underneath acrylic that I did on it. So still lots more coats to go on that, but I wanted to show you the black transfer paper and what it does to your portrait. So that's why I usually use pastel pencils, but today I just decided to use the transfer paper. Pastel pencils will just blend and wipe away, and hopefully these will just all be covered. Hopefully this is just kind of a practice piece anyways, so we'll see how it goes. All right, let's get started. Let's add some highlight to this here and let this kind of dry before I go in with another coat. So let's get this lid filled in. I'm gonna take my, let's see, 5/8 flat brush, and it's okay if I cover these lines here, because I do have this here that I can go ahead and transfer those lines back on of the honeycomb shape. So I'm not going to worry too much about that. I'm going to go in with some Naples Yellow. I think I'm just going to start with some straight Naples Yellow. Let's see. Start adding this in and kind of swooping it around. And I'm using a really light touch on this because I don't want a thick layer of paint on here. I just want to start creating some of that light that's kind of bouncing off of this lid. Following the shape of the lid. And then there's a little bit of that up here. then there's a little bit of reflective light here. And you can see, you can kind of still see some of the honeycomb behind it. But if you do lose that, you can always just redraw those in. Or if it's too much of a challenge and you don't want to deal with them, you can make it just a silver lid. You don't even have to do the honeycomb shape on there. So I'm just going to kind of fill in that line. Let's take some more Naples Yellow and just start punching up some of these colors in here that I see. We're going to start adding a second coat, and I'm just using a really light touch just to get some of those streaky effects in there, create some of that movement. If you need more distinct lines, you can turn it on its side and use it in a vertical motion. Kind of get some sharper lines in there. Just kind of play around with it. Sometimes that's what you got to do with paintings. You don't know exactly how you're going to go about it. So you just kind of play around, see what works, see what doesn't. Try different strokes. Try different colors. I think every painting I do is kind of just a trial and error. I have an idea of how I want to go about it, but it's generally just a trial and error. It's usually a lot of back and forth of lights to darks too. Which the more layers that you have on there, the more depth you're going to get in your painting anyways. So I'm just adding some of these brighter shades that I see in here. They're a little bit too bright right now, but I'm doing a second coat, so they're going to tone down just a little bit. Just using that Naples Yellow, just straight Naples Yellow. So I'm just paying attention to my reference photos, seeing where I need to add more highlights, make it a little bit more dramatic. And honestly, you could stop where you're at right now, where this is at right now, and start going in with oils. But I think I want to take it just a little bit farther before I jump to oils. So there's a brighter band of highlight around this orange here. And then up in here, there's a brighter area. And of course, where the highlight is, there's a nice bright area. And this is still that Naples Yellow. I did add a little bit of yellow oxide to it as I moved into the orange, just to shift the color a little bit. I'm going to add some water to my brush. It's getting pretty dry. And then I think I want to punch up this color here just a little. And then I added more of the yellow oxide to this mixture, so it's a little bit different. This is very streaky in here, so I just want to make sure I simulate some of that using different tones of yellow. And then this is a lot brighter in this area. I'm going to add a little bit of water so that I can get a little bit of a highlight there. And the color doesn't need to match exactly. I just want to get that value right. So I wiped off most of what I have on my brush right now, and I'm just going to gently streak some of this color up into this, just to brighten it just a little bit in some areas. When I go in with oils, I'll be able to blend this really nicely. And then we can take some of that and actually let's add some sienna to that. And maybe some crimson, alizarin crimson. Add a little bit more to this waterline here. I'm not doing a full straight line, I'm just kind of popping this in where I see it. Some in this back area here. And then we can even add a little bit of this down in here. Really light pressure. Just kind of flicking it upwards, letting the paint kind of drag off the brush. Giving it a lot of motion and texture in there. Some more crimson with whatever's left on my brush. I'm going to add some of this down in here and then flick upwards into here. Darken that just a little bit. And that is too red, so I'm going to add some umber to that. More umber. Just to tone that down just a little bit. Like I said, the colors really don't matter, but when I go in with oils, I just want a general guide as to what colors I need to be following. I'm just kind of taking this color and trying to blend that just a little bit. Create even another layer of texture and dimension in there. Grab some more umber. This area a little bit darker in here. Like I said, I don't know how light refraction works with water, but on my reference photo it's darker up in here. So I'm just gonna put that in. Why it's darker, I don't know, but just following what I see. And that's kind of where a reference photo is handy, because you're going to end up with more of a, if you're going for realism, you're going to end up with more of a cartoony look if you don't have a reference photo to go by, because your brain doesn't quite know how this stuff really works, especially with a jar. There's so many different textures and shapes inside a jar because of that refraction of light. So having a reference photo is kind of a must if you're going to do any, if you want it to be realistic. If you're just going for, you know, just a really abstract-y piece, then I don't think you need one. But I find it easier for me to see what's going on if I've got that image right next to me. But do what works for you. My painting style might be completely different than what you do. I'm just trying to inform you of what helps me. So I'm going to take some of this darker color here, get a little bit more water. And there is a darker edge here. And then just kind of blend that in. And then same over on this side, a little bit darker along the edge as it turns into the dark background. It's a little bit darker. And I'm just filling in some of these areas that kind of turn into the dark background. They kind of fade away a little bit, so I'm just trying to fill those in a little, give it the impression of something there. We can add a little bit of this up here. Just gently going over it with whatever's left on my brush, kind of dry brushing it on. Doing some circles, just adding this color kind of wherever I see it in my reference photo, just kind of giving it a little bit more variation. Okay, so let's see. All right, I think for the jar portion, I think I'm gonna leave that and we'll finish the jar in oils. I think it's where I want it to be. Hopefully, we'll see. I think we can move on to the other stuff now. So when you're painting, keep in mind that your painting is going to hit an ugly stage. And mine is at that ugly stage right now. And I feel like every painting that I do goes through that. And other artists that I've talked to, they deal with the same thing. And if you just push through it, usually you can salvage it. So just push through and see what you get. Worst case scenario, you learn something from it. If it's an awful painting at the end, you learn what not to do. So I suggest just push through and finish all of your paintings even if they're not going where you want them to go. Alright, so I just mixed up some Ultramarine Blue and some Burnt Umber. Just going to add in some of these darker shadowed areas that I see on the orange. Still using that flat brush. Alright, so I'm pulling up from the bottom here, trying to capture some of that shadow that's down there, create kind of a curve in the orange. Kind of using the corner of my brush and just kind of getting some texture and some softness in there. It'll be a lot easier with oils to create some of that softness and those blends that the orange has in its rind. And you can see already just doing a second coat of this how much more coverage I'm getting and how much more depth I'm able to get from it. So I think a second coat is a good idea if you're going to work on this board here. And even if you're going to do it on a canvas, you may still want to do a second coat. You just want a good coverage so that when you go in with your oil paints, you're just working out details and adding a little bit more vibrancy to areas. You're not really having to start from scratch. Okay, so now let's try and mix up this really vibrant color. I'm going to get some more of my Cadmium Orange. And some more of my Cadmium Yellow. And I'm going to try to put in some of these really vibrant areas here. So I'm going to mix those two. We'll see if this will give us what we're looking for. If not, I know I can achieve better color with the oils. So there's a little bit of this up in here. Add some more orange to that. Just kind of popping this color in where I think I see it. The whole orange isn't quite as vibrant as this color, but I just want to pop this in and give it some variation. Okay, now we can do some of the lighter colors. I'm going to take some Cadmium Yellow, Naples Yellow, and then just a little bit of that mixture that I had before. And let's see what this does for us. Kind of doing a swooping motion just to kind of give it that roundness effect. And if this is too bright, we can always go back over it with some more of that orange color just to get some vibrancy back in it. And on camera, I'm noticing that you're seeing it a little bit different than what I am. It's really washed out on my camera. So it's really not like that as I'm seeing it. But I can tell it's pretty, showing it's pretty bright on camera. I'm gonna add a little crimson to that with whatever's left on my brush. Start doing some of these transition areas as it comes into shadow. Alizarin Crimson is a really nice cooler shade of red, and so it works really well for transitioning into shadow areas. It kind of helps that transition from warm to cool. So I'm just popping some of that with whatever's mixed on my brush already. I'm just popping some of that into the shadowed areas. Right now this almost looks like an apple, but it's not. Once we put all the little dots on there, hopefully it won't look like that anymore. And once we get the oils on there, it'll definitely help. And I can tell that this is getting kind of sticky up here because it's not quite dry. So when that happens when you're using acrylic paints, let that dry. Otherwise you're going to end up with it rubbing down to the bare canvas, and then you'll end up with some ridges and it gets really, really funky. So when it starts getting sticky and the paint doesn't want to stick to it and it's lifting the paint instead, then you need to stop and move on to a different section until that dries completely. Alright, so I'm going to go in with some Cadmium Orange and just kind of glaze this color on here. And it's not going to be the right color, I know that, but I just want to get that warmth in there. And then kind of pull that over some of that white that we already put down. And I'm going to do the same with these ones. Especially on this one here. This one has a little bit more of the detail that you can see. And it's very vibrant, almost translucent in color, so. Try and emulate that. Then I'm going to take some of my Alizarin Crimson and add some of that on this one here. You can see I'm being pretty loose with it, just blocking in general colors that I see. And And I think it's important for our eyes to kind of get all that stuff kind of blocked in first, and then we can kind of fine tune everything from there. I find it difficult when I'm working if I'm trying to work on a small section at a time. Sometimes by the time you get to the final section, you realize that it's not all cohesive. It's not all working together. And so it really, really helps to kind of lay in everything all at the same time. At least for me. A lot of artists I've seen that have done fantastic work, they will go ahead and do a little section at a time. Like they would do this whole little lid at a time, and then they would, finish this section. But I've tried that, and sometimes it's not that bad. I can make it work, but sometimes it doesn't look cohesive when the painting's all said and done. So I like to kind of work it all up together. So I just added a little bit of Sienna to this Alizarin Crimson mixture. Just continuing to build up these tones and work everything together. Trying to build up vibrancy on these. And I'm going to go over those whites with whatever's on my brush and just kind of glaze over that a little bit, just to tone those down, tone them back from white. I will end up putting probably straight white on a few pieces of this, but I think I'm going to do that with the oils. And then, like I said, if I go outside my lines, like I have done all in here, that's fine, because we're going to go through the background with oils and do all of the reflections here with oils. It'll be a lot easier to achieve that working with the oil. Let's see. I'm going to take some orange and some umber, and this needs to be extended just a little bit. So just play with your colors and see what, get a lot of different colors in there. And orange isn't just orange. It's got so many different variations of colors. Depends on how the light is hitting it, and is it a warm light? Is it a cool light? So just keep that in mind. Play with it, see what works, see what doesn't. And remember, it's just a painting. If it's not working how you wanted, it's not the end of the world. Finish it, try different techniques on it, use it as a learning piece, and move on. It's just a painting. That's the fun part about being creative, is a lot of times you don't have a specific structure. You can just go in and paint whatever you want. You could change however you want, change the photo into, you could take these flowers out, put in a different kind of flower. You could make this an apple instead of an orange. There's so many different, things that you could do all together. Okay, so I think that's not too bad. I'll go in with oils and kind of lighten these up, I think. Get the colors correct. Now onto these flowers. Trying to pick what brush I want. I'm going to go in with that round brush that I was using before. The number 2 round, and let's start adding in some of this yellow that I see in those flowers. Just taking some yellow ochre. Just gonna start popping this in a little bit. This is actually a little too yellow, so let's do some Naples Yellow with that. Tone it down a little bit, maybe. Just adding this color in here just to make it cohesive because I have a lot of yellow in the other stuff. So I'm just popping this color in where I think I might see it. I'm really not even looking at my reference photo for it. And then we can take some Sienna, take some burnt sienna, and add some of that in. Give it some warmth in areas. Not being real precise with this. I mean, it's really hard to see where petals start and stop on this, so I'm just kind of looking at it, determining where I think I want to see this color. And actually, with how much yellow and orange is in this painting, if you were going to change the painting a little bit, you could do even like a purple or a blue flowers here. That would be really pretty because those are contrasting colors. Those are complementary colors, sorry. And in paintings, those colors really work when you've got warm and cool tones or contrasting or complementary colors going. And then it has all of these little things that come out right here. And these are actually fake flowers that they have staged. And so you can see some of the ribbons of the thread kind of coming off of them. I want them to look a little bit more, probably just real. I don't want to make all the threads and all that. But they do have those little seed, I don't know what they're called, that come out. And I'll just paint those in later just because they're going to get demolished once I start painting in the petals and everything. So let's kind of stand back and look and see. I do need to add a continuation of this here. Just kind of pulling up just to give it the illusion of some of the veins going through. And I'm using unbleached titanium white right now with just my dirty brush, whatever was on it. Just gonna pop up some of the edges here. And that way it can kind of pull it forward a little bit more so that it's not blending in too much with the jar behind it. And then same thing over here, just gonna put in some of this texture of the orange. And honestly, this is like really optional right now. You could really stop and put oils on top of this right now, once it dries, of course, but I just want to make sure I've got a nice clear picture of where I'm going with this, and make sure I've got my highlights all established so that when I go over it with oils, I hopefully will be able to just follow it, what I've already got, all the groundwork I've already got laid down for it. So just going through and popping this unbleached titanium white. Titanium white would work, but unbleached is a little less harsh. So I just wanted to, I don't want it to stand out too much, but I do want there to be some underlying texture, visual texture, not actual feeling of texture, so that when I go over it with oils, if I am light-handed with my oils, some of that texture will kind of show through just a little bit. And really, you just want to make sure you're completely done with acrylics. It's kind of hard to judge, because once you get into oils, you have to stick with oils. And so if you didn't get enough coverage in an area, then you're pretty much, you have to wait for it to dry to do another layer. So you just want to make sure you're completely done. And that's what I'm doing. I'm just making sure I'm getting the vibrancy and the colors that the coverage that I want before I let this dry and do oils on top. And I'm not being real precise with these. I just want that texture, so I kind of want it random. Just giving it the illusion of some of those kind of spots on the orange where you can see sections of that white rind area versus the actual flesh of the orange. Can take this and pop in some really bright highlight here just so I can save that spot. Okay, so let's see. I think I do want to punch up the highlight on this lid right here for, I call it good to dry. So I'm going to take some pure white for this. And my angle brush, I'm just going to punch that highlight up. And then same thing down here, some really bright areas. I'm not trying not to be too precise with it and not to cover all of the stuff that I've already done down here. I'm just going to add some little dots of highlight in there. And then it looks like there's spot right here where it's kind of bright, and right in here isn't quite as bright, but we'll just kind of punch that up just a little bit. There's a lot of water on my brush, so I'm just kind of spreading that out. And then there is some reflective light up here. And just add a little bit here. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. I think that'll work, so we can start doing the oils. Now, when you do this at home, you're going to want to make sure you let this dry completely. Some people will just let it dry for a couple hours until it's kind of touch dry. The issue I have with that is that if there is any moisture left in the paint, because acrylics can take anywhere from 1 to 3 days to kind of cure completely. If there is any moisture left in there and you put oils on top of that, the moisture is going to try to rise up out of the oils, and it can cause some bubbling and some cracking and things, kind of different things going on. So I usually suggest that you let it dry at least a day, a full 24 hours. If not, the best option would be like 3 days, and then you could go ahead and go in with your oils. So this completes the first part of this. This is just kind of a quick, I mean, it didn't take too long to complete this, the base layers, but I've got a good map to go off of when I start with my oils. So I'm going to let this cure for at least a day, and then I will go ahead and put up part 2 of this painting, and that'll be in oils, and I'll walk you through how to do that with oils. So I hope you enjoyed. All right, so we're on to part 2 now, the oil portion. This hardboard panel has cured for about 3 days, and now I'm ready to go in with my oils. I have a variety of oils over here, and I'll list those in the description and give you, I'm not sure which ones I'm going to use just yet, so I will give you the list of the ones that I do use. And I'm going to walk you through a few things that you're going to want. A glass palette works really well with oils. It just makes it really easy to mix on there. They don't soak into it, easy to wipe off at the end. I suggest a glass palette. Don't use the glass palette for acrylic after you use it for oil, so you're going to want 2 separate palettes. The same thing goes for your brushes. Your brushes, you're going to want a set for your acrylics and a set for your oils. You want to keep those separate because sometimes there is residual oil left in the brush, and if that gets mixed with your acrylics, when you're doing an acrylic painting, it can cause it to bubble and kind of do a very odd reaction onto the canvas. You're going to want a palette knife. I use one of these, and this is just to mix it with. You can use your brush to mix it with. I do that occasionally if I'm not going to be mixing a whole lot and just grabbing colors. You just want to be careful that with your brush you don't build up too much paint right in this section here. I believe this is called the furrow here, and you don't want to build up too much paint into there. So that's why I use the palette knife to mix all of my colors onto the palette. And what I'll probably do is mix up a bunch of different colors first, and I'll just time lapse the mixing of that. And then once I get all my colors mixed up and trying to match them to my photo over here, then I'll go ahead and walk you through what I did. The other thing that you're going to want is some odorless mineral spirits. You can use turpentine. It does have a very potent odor, so I choose to use the Mona Lisa odorless spirits, and I just keep it in a glass jar just like this one, and it has a lid on it, so when I'm done painting I can go ahead and seal it off and won't have any of the odor or anything escaping out of the jar. And you're going to want lots of paper towels. With oils, I tend to, instead of cleaning my brushes in between, I'll either have a brush for my lights and a brush for my darks, or I keep a paper towel handy and clean off any excess paint and then just go into my lights or my darks with that. And I think that's about it. I have my reference photo over here to the left, same one that I used for the acrylic portion. Keeping that handy is a necessity. So I'm going to go ahead and time lapse me mixing up some of the major blocks of color that I want to put in here, and then we'll get started on the painting process. So I have mixed all of my colors, and this is the point where if you wanted to add medium to it, you can, just to speed up dry time and to kind of thin the paint down, make it a little bit more creamy. But for this video, I don't think I'm going to do that. So here I've started with some white and some really light yellow, and then I took a portion of that and moved it over here and then added even more yellow to it. And then I took a portion of this color and put it over here and added more of an orange to it. And this is going to be for our lightest shades and our most vibrant colors. And then down here, each time I go and grab for a different color, unless I'm going for a super light color or a super dark color, I take color from the previous pile and move it down so that you create some kind of a harmony in your paints. So for this, I just mixed up some of this color that I see here, and then some more of the vibrant orange. It's a little bit more vibrant, more saturated than this one up here. And then this one is a little bit paler for some of the highlighted areas in here. And then I have a really nice dark rich brown here, like a red brown here. And that's for some of the darker, really dark areas, the dark rich browns that I see in here. And then I have a really dark mixture for a lot of my darks up in here that I see and throughout the lid. So this will get me through for the jar portion here. And then some of it will get me through for the rest of it. But I wanted to focus on the jar right now. I think what I'm going to do is start from top and work my way down a little bit. That way I don't smudge my painting by resting my hand on here, since I don't have a maul stick to use. I'd like to have some kind of a rest for when I do the finer details. So we're going to be working pretty much wet into wet. The first layer, I'm not going to let it dry before I go and start adding other things into it, so that's why it's called wet into wet. And let's go ahead and get started. I think I'm going to start up here on this lid area. And what I want to do is block in all of my darkest shades that I see. Some people like to start with the light colors just to keep it more pure, but I have found that if I don't put the darks in first, they will get tainted with some of the lighter colors, and then you'll never be able to get a really, really dark color where you need it. So I'm just going to pick up a small amount of the color here. And when I say a small amount, I mean just a small amount. You don't need a lot on your brush. One of the biggest mistakes that painters make and get frustrated with is they put too much paint on their brush to start with, and then you get too much paint on the canvas, and it makes it really hard for additional layers to stick on there. So start with a small amount and then kind of build up your layers on top of that. So I'm going to start up here, and I see some of this dark right about this area here. So I'm just going to gently, I'm going to go kind of around my honeycomb shapes that I have on there. And that way I can kind of preserve them a little bit so I can put a lighter color in there. And just fill this color in wherever you see it. And you can always adjust your colors if it's not dark enough. Go grab some black or Ultramarine Blue and Burnt Umber, make a really nice black. But you can alter it as you go. These are just piles that you can just easily get into and know where they go, but there are going to be like half tones in there that you'll need to alter your colors with. So I'm just doing little strokes. You don't want to slap the paint on. Just doing small strokes, filling all of this in wherever I see it. And we're going to do the background color, this dark, deep color that we're going to do in the background. That'll be last. And so if you end up going over a little bit on any of your lines, it'll all blend in once we do the background. So I'm going to grab some black, move it down here. And this up here is darker. And you might not be able to see the difference on camera, but I can see it. Where this lid kind of turns and has like a beveled edge right here, it's a little bit darker than this area here. So it's those really slight color changes and value changes that can make it look realistic or not. I'm going to add just a little bit of this color on some of these spots in here. Now, one thing with oil painting is because the paint underneath is still, the paint is always going to be wet unless you're doing layers. One thing you always need to know is to think ahead as to what color. So if I'm going to put a blue background in and I want to do yellow flowers, say, what that's going to do is it's going to mix the paint. So then you're going to end up with green. So you always want to be cautious of what surrounding colors are around it and how it's going to mix. Then the other thing is you don't want to mix your colors too much. So when you put it down, don't keep rubbing in that same spot because you're just going to create a big mud color and it won't be the color that you had anticipated. So when you put it down, just kind of put it down and then move on to the next spot. Okay, so I'm going to wipe my brush now. Really scrub that brush out on your paper towel. Make sure you really are getting rid of any of that extra color that's on there. This is where you can use a different brush if you didn't want to deal with scrubbing it, but I like the size of this brush. This is a number 6 shader flat brush, so I'm going to stick with this one. So we're going to go into some of this color here, this lighter color. We can start putting this in over this highlight area that we have. And then this kind of fades down just a little bit. And down in here is a little bit brighter where it's catching the rim of that. Oil paints are a lot of fun. You can do a lot of different things with oil paints. So I suggest if you haven't tried it, just give it a try. Allow for an adjustment period where you're not sure how it works. It's different. They're very buttery feeling. They're not, you know, like your normal water-based paint. They're very creamy. And they do take getting used to, but I just love oil paints. I love the effects that you can get with them, the blending that you can get. I love that they don't dry, you know, within the first 5 minutes that you use them. So I'm going to dip into this next lighter color, this more yellow color. I'm going to add a little bit of that on this lid, kind of underneath where I just added the lightest pale yellow. And if I lose some of my honeycomb shapes in here, that's okay. We can put those in later. We'll just take some of this color and kind of swoop it over. And I don't have a lot of pressure on my brush. I'm not using a lot of paint. These are just the beginning layers, so you want to make sure you're using some nice thin layers and you're not globbing the paint on too much, because it will cause you issues down the road. And then we can wipe the brush off and go into some of this color. And actually, I think I'm going to mix it with the other color just to give me a nice half tone in there. You can see there's not a lot of paint on my brush. Let's see what this gives us. Just looking to create some of that dimension and that shine in here. And I'm not worried about these edges here. I'm going to clean all of that up when I go in with the background color. So we'll take some more of this color here. And there's a little bit of this orange reflection here. And then I can grab some of this lighter color and put it in the center. Then I can wipe my brush off and blend those two together. Really soft strokes, barely touching the canvas at this point. Just want to blend that a little bit. Pick up some of this darker color and put some of that in there too. So I put it on, and then I'm just going to blend them together. Barely touching the canvas. Very light pressure. So now I'm going to go in with a number 2 flat brush, and I'm going to fill in some of these darker honeycomb shapes in here. I think I'm going to take, let's try this color and see what this does. Working that paint into the brush. I don't want any globs of paint. So let's see. Let's see. Let's start here. Just kind of giving a suggestion of some honeycomb shapes in there. Not looking to get too exact with this. Some of the shapes are lit up more than others, and some of them just kind of disappear into the highlight area. So I'm not looking to be too precise with it. Just want to give it some indication that there's something going on in there. Then there's a few that are quite a bit darker. This one here is a little bit darker, more pronounced. Then as we start coming this way, right here in this highlighted area, we're going darker with the honeycomb, and now here we want to go lighter. So let's take some of this orange color that we mixed up. And we'll just add some of this here and there. Following that, the acrylic underbase that I already have on there. And then some areas of that are a little bit lighter, so I'm not even wiping my brush off. I'm just going straight into some lighter color to get kind of a half tone. And then I'm just going to pop some of these to be a little bit brighter. And then as it comes up, it does get more yellow and brighter. And then as it turns into this highlighted area again, we're darker. So I'm going to wipe my brush off, pick up some of this dark. And some areas are even very dark, so I'm going to grab some of that really dark color that we mixed up and just pop some of that in. And if you don't want to deal with, you know, all this finicky honeycomb shapes, you can do it just like a silver lid. Do just the same areas that are highlighted, make those kind of a lighter silver, the rest of it a darker silver, add some blue into the mix. Just giving some indication that there's stuff going on back in here. Then I can darken up some of these areas. I'm going to add some of this color in here. It looks like it comes over just a little bit farther. And then it kind of fades off over here. So I'm just going to add some of that orangey color in here. And you can already see with the oil paints, the vibrancy that you get with the colors is just, it's beautiful. Sometimes acrylic colors can kind of dry a little bit dull, and these do dry on the dull side, but when you varnish them, then the color just immediately comes right out. All right, so let's do these lighter honeycombs up here. These are this pale yellow that I see here. I just wiped my brush off with that color that I had on there. And now I'm going to go in and just tap on some of these areas. Just using the real chiseled point and giving it some indication that there's some stuff going on. And don't be afraid to try the oil paints. They are absolutely wonderful. They do take just getting used to. It's just like with any other medium. The more that you practice, the more that you get used to it. And you learn the ins and outs of that medium. So it really, even though I tell you certain things, it really comes down to you just doing it and trying it yourself and learning about the medium and experiencing it. So these up here are lighter than this area here, and that's because it's coming into shadow, and the way that the light is hitting, it's hitting the rim of this, lighting up those honeycomb shapes. And then for this back rim back in here, it's a little bit darker and more orange than these up here. And you might not be able to see on camera the shift in color, but because those are on the back side, they're not quite as bright. So let's go in with some really bright. I'm just using whatever's left on my brush and kind of mixing it with this brightest color. And on a few of these, I want to up the value in those. Just kind of where the light might be hitting it a little bit more. And then we can go in and put in between those that we did, the honeycomb shapes, brighten up a few areas. And you can see how the acrylic under layer really benefits here, because otherwise I would have to go in and make sure I cover this completely with oil paint. And it's okay to leave some of the acrylic underlayer showing through because it's already covered the canvas for me. I'm going to take more of this yellow. And right here, there's a nice bright highlight. And then right here as well. And so now we can go back to some of our, actually I need to get some of that highlight in up there. I didn't see that. So I'm going to take some of this yellow, maybe mix it with a little bit of that orange. Just a really nice light color. Not a lot of paint on the brush. And there's a highlight on this rim up here. Hardly pushing. You can see that the bristles of the brush aren't even bending downwards, so barely any pressure. Okay, so now we can go in with some of our darker colors. And I'm going to clean that brush really well, wipe it off on my paper towel. And then I think I'm going to zoom in so that you can see this a little bit better. So let me get that set up and then we'll put some of the dark in. Alright, so I zoomed in so that you can see what I'm doing with the lid up here and then part of the jar. So I'm going to grab some of that really dark color that we just mixed up. And I'm going to load the same brush. I just wiped it off with my paper towel. And right underneath this lid, I need to clean up this edge and put this dark in. So I'm just going to take the chiseled edge of my brush and just kind of rock it back and forth and fill that in. I'm paying attention to my reference photo, making sure I see where exactly this color needs to go. And then there's in these highlighted areas in here, there's just a little bit of this darker color in there, so I'm just gonna put that in where I see it. You'll have to excuse my voice. I think I'm getting a cold or allergies or something's going on. And then this is just all gonna kind of get faded into the background here. So I'm not too concerned with that. Up in here, there's a dark area. And this is getting really nitpicky. You don't have to do all these little fine details. As long as you get, your highlight mid-tone and shadow areas filled in, then you can kind of take it to the level of detail that you want. There's just kind of some movement in this glass, the way it's reflecting everywhere. I'm just filling in kind of a general idea of what I see. Then I'm going to add a little bit of black to that mixture just to make it even darker. And come up here and fill in some of these areas that are really dark. Especially next to this highlight area. That's kind of what gives it more drama when you've got light against dark like that. It really helps bring out the drama in the painting. Making sure I keep my brush to a chiseled point here. Just want to clean up this highlight area and really get it to a chisel, because that is the edge, the lip of the lid, and it's not going to have a whole lot of texture to it in that area, so I want to make sure I make that nice and straight. And in this area here, there's kind of a shadow that comes up on the lid. And then I'm going to take some of this brighter orange that I have here with whatever's mixed on my brush. It's not a very vibrant color that's mixed on my brush, but there is a little bit of a a reflective shadow underneath this lid here. Okay, so I think that looks good so far. Now I can go ahead and start popping in some of my highlighted areas in here. So I'm going to take, I wiped off my brush. I'm going to take my orange that I have and start putting in some of these areas on the brim of the lid or the jar. Just always pay attention to your reference photo. It's really important to have a high quality reference photo. And there's been times where I get commissions and clients who want me to paint a photo and they think that it's clear enough for me to paint, and I have to try to explain to them that I could definitely paint it. It just, it will look like the photograph. It won't be clear. It'll be fuzzy just like that. I try to do what I can, but sometimes, I mean, I can't make up the details a lot of the time, so to get the most realistic results, I need a high quality reference photo. And there's a lot of sites that offer royalty free, meaning you don't have to pay to use their site, and you can use it to sell your artwork. Pixabay is one of them, Unsplash. There is, I used to use a long time ago, I used to use Paint My Photo, I think is what it's called, and found out that they don't really monitor their site. So some of their stuff on there was kind of iffy, like people were just taking other people's photos and putting it on there. And so be careful with that one, but Pixabay and Unsplash are the ones that I usually tend to look out for photos. And then of course, you know, if you get clients that have their own reference photo, that's a plus, as long as they're high quality. So I'm just sticking with some of the lighter tones that I see in here, just adjusting it as I go and adding in some of these small details, little shifts in values, just to give the glass some texture. And the way the light is hitting it, you can see that this brim over here is a little bit more rounded than this one here. And that's because this one kind of turns into the background color, and it's reflecting the background color onto the glass. So it appears like it's asymmetrical, or it's, you know, not symmetrical, but it is. It's just once we get this background color in, it'll make a little bit more sense. And if it helps, you can put that in, you know, you can try to match it now and then just kind of adjust it once you get the background color in. I'm just painting kind of what I see, but you could do it, you know, to where it's kind of like that, where it kind of has the same lip on it as the other side. So let's do this area here is nice and bright. And so for that, there is some blue in that reflection. So you're going to have to be a little bit careful with when you put the yellow highlight on here, because there is a nice warm highlight in here, and then it kind of reflects a bluish color on there. And you're going to want to be careful not to mix on the canvas too much, kind of going back and forth mixing it. If you just put it on there like that and just leave it, then it won't mix. And this is just that pale yellow color. I grabbed a little bit more white to put in there with it. So now I'm going to wipe my brush out really good. If you're afraid that you're going to mix some of the yellow with the blue and create a green on your brush, then just grab a clean brush. And I'm going to take some Ultramarine Blue with some white to create a nice pale blue. And unfortunately, the camera that I have that I'm using might not pick up this color as much. Getting a new camera is in the works right now, so if anybody is watching that does YouTube videos know how frustrating it can be to not get the exact color on video as what you're painting. But it's a process, and I'll get there. So since we have this blue already on our brush, let me pick up a little bit more blue. Already on our brush, we can go ahead and pop some of this in right where we see it down here. And I haven't put any oil paint down here, so me scrubbing it into the canvas is okay, because it's not going to mix with anything down there yet. So now I'm going to wipe my brush out really well. Go back into some of that lighter yellow. Just want to adjust this a little bit, the shape of this. Bring that out just a little bit more. And if it helps, step back and take a look. Sometimes we get so close into our painting. I find myself, as I get more into detail, I just kind of scoot closer and closer to the canvas, and it really doesn't do me any favors. So you kind of want to step back and really take the whole picture in. And if you have your reference photo next to your painting, step back and grab a cup of coffee or some water and just sit and stare at it for a little bit, and then you can kind of see what all is going on. Places that may need to be adjusted. So if you find yourself getting a little too tight to the canvas, step back, take a breather, and it'll come to you. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer for it to kind of make sense as to where it's going wrong, but it's a good idea just to step back and don't paint for extended periods of time without taking a break, because it's not going to do your painting any favors. All right, so I'm just cleaning my brush really well on my paper towel. So let's see. Now we can kind of start moving down a little bit. I think I'm going to pick up some of this really dark color that I have and get some of this filled in a little bit more. Just small amounts of paint. You don't want a lot. I'm just putting some of this color in just to give it some texture in here. Then I'm going to add a little bit of black to that, just to make it even darker in some areas, especially next to the light areas. I want that drama in there. All right, so now we got that area taken care of, we can start moving down a little bit. And then, as always, there might be some areas that we need to adjust a little bit. But right now, this is kind of the first layer, and then we can kind of go back through and adjust where we need it. I do want to take that edge off a little bit. All right. Okay, so now I'm going to take a 30-0 round, real small brush. I'm going to show you on my reference photo here what I'm going to be putting in. I'm going to start putting these in here, these little itty bitty dots that kind of give it the jar some texture. So I'm going to dip into some of my orange that I have here and a little bit of the lighter yellow. And I'm going to roll my brush so it gives it a nice point. I want a nice point on there, and we're just going to kind of dab that in. You don't want anything that's too structured. You want kind of sporadic. You don't want to come in here with just some lines straight across. You want it to be just natural and sporadic. And then we can pick up a little bit of a darker shade, roll our brush again. And add a few in there that are a little bit darker. Tone down some of those, barely touching the canvas. Just want to give it some texture in there. And we're going to go through with a mop brush in a second and just kind of set those down. And then we can kind of add some of these over in this area, just kind of give it some movement and texture in there. Just pay close attention to your reference photo and see where it's picking up some of these. I'm not putting the dots in the exact same spot as my reference photo, but I do want to know where the light is hitting it and where these are showing up at. So now while I have this paint on my brush that's kind of running out, I'm just adding some of these really faint details that I see in there. So now we can take a mop brush, and I like to use a makeup brush because it doesn't shed. I mean, it sheds every once in a while, but it doesn't shed quite as much as the artist blender brushes. And having hair in my painting drives me crazy. So I'm just going to very, very lightly, I'm barely touching, just going to soften that just a little bit, and it just sets it into the canvas. Kind of gives it a more natural feel, makes them not quite so obvious. Okay, so now we go back to flat brush. Let's use the number 6 flat again. This is the one I was using in the beginning. And we'll go ahead and put some of these brighter colors in here. And I'm going to take some of this light color that I have and move it over here, and I'm going to add even more white to that because it is almost the brightest spot on the picture. But I don't want to use just pure white. I want to save that color in case I need to amp up any spots in the painting later on. Alright, so I don't have a lot of paint on my brush. It looks like it, but it's all back in this furrow area here. But towards the bristle areas, there's not a lot of paint. So now I'm going to kind of go in a rounded motion, kind of a C motion, just to start creating the curvature that I see in the photo. Then we can bring that out just a little bit more. I'm barely touching now, just trying to merge those colors together, blend them. Kind of give it some motion, some texture, so that it's not quite a harsh line. So in my photograph, it's not a straight line across here. It's really kind of comes down a little bit. Some areas are picking up the texture of the glass more than others. Then up in here it gets a little bit brighter. And I can take my blender brush again and just very softly, just tapping, just to give it a little bit of a blend. Okay, so now we can go ahead and put this one in. And this is going to be a nice pale yellow. So I'm going to grab some of that lighter yellow that we mixed up, and then some of this really light pale yellow. Mix those together, kind of create a half tone with those. And I'm going to pop in these brighter areas that I see. Now I'm going to pick up some of the orange as I come down this way. It's really warm down in here. And then as the paint kind of runs out on your brush, you can tap it through to give it some more texture. Use the corner of your brush to get a little bit more control. And then I just wiped off the excess, and I'm going back through with the same brush and just kind of blending some of the areas that I see. Just very lightly. And then you can go in with your blender brush. And set that back down. Oil paint is very forgiving, so if this didn't work out, if I didn't like how this was turning out, I could just either wipe all this off or blend it into oblivion and then go back in with some more oil paint and it would be just fine. You can wipe it off with a paper towel, or if you have thicker paint on there, you can take a palette knife and kind of scrape it off. So I'm just adding in some of this orange that I had. Just want to tone some of this down. I don't want it all to be that bright color. Wipe off the excess of my brush on my paper towel, and then I can kind of go in and blend it a little bit. Okay, so we can get this waterline in back here. I'm going to grab some of this really dark rich brown and add a little bit of the darkest color that we have. I want a really nice deep dark color for right in here. And I'm not worried about going over any of these vertical lines that I have. We're going to put those back in, so. And as it comes down, it's more of just that rich brown without the dark added in. And I'm pulling straight down. Keep it vertical. And my board has a little bit of the wood grain texture kind of showing through, so I'm just trying to work it into the board. If yours is a nice smooth canvas or a smoother board, then you might not have to do this, but just want to work it in there. And actually I want to take this section a little bit darker, so I'm going to pick up some of that really deep color that we mixed up and pop some of this in here. It's the play on the lights and darks that are going to make it. So you want to make sure you get your values correct. You're getting things dark enough and you're getting them light enough. So sometimes it just takes going back and forth and making something lighter, making something darker, step back, see how it looks. And then you just go from there, and that's kind of how I paint, is just back and forth between lights and darks all the time. Alright, so I'm just putting in this waterline back here, giving it kind of a suggestion. I don't know if this is honey or not. I mean, it seems like it would be honey, but it seems kind of watery to be honey. I'm not sure, but I keep calling it a water line. Maybe it's a honey line. I don't know. Alright, so now can add in this reddish color here. So I'm going to take some of this kind of a orange tan color that we have mixed up already, and I'm going to add some more red to that, Alizarin Crimson to that, just to give it some vibrancy. And this, I need to lighten that a little bit, so I'm going to grab some yellow ochre and lighten that just a little bit. Let's see. I'm going to add a little bit of magenta to that color just to up that vibrancy, really make it pop. And I'm just going to follow that line wherever I see it. Going right over these highlights, the streaks in the glass. I'm going right over them. That way I'm not creating some kind of a halo effect. bring this line up, and then we'll put some more dark in to correct it. And you can take your finger and just kind of smudge out where those highlights are. And I'm going to go in with some of that dark color. Mix those two together. Kind of correct this line. It's a little too thick. All right, that's that's better for now. Now I'm going to take some of this lighter yellow. Just wiped off my brush, but there's still color in it, so it's mixing, kind of toning that yellow down, which is perfect. And there's almost like a secondary line in here, so I'm just going to pop some of this in. Can barely see it. Even on the reference photo it's there, but I can barely see. I'm going to wipe my brush off, come in here, picking up, kind of borrowing color from the dark that we already laid down up there and just kind of straightening this line out. Okay, so now we can put in some of these lighter areas, these streaks that we see. So I'm making sure I'm wiping my brush completely, and then we'll go into some of the lighter areas. All right, I lied. Before we do that, before we do these streaks, I want to get this background color in. So we're going to take some of this nice, rich brown color. And we'll start filling this in. So I'm putting the paint on and then I'm kind of blending it all out. Nice vertical strokes. And then as it comes this way, it gets more orange. So I'm going to pick up some of the orange that I had and mix it with that brown. Keeping your strokes vertical. It's very important. I'm going to tilt it down just a little bit so you can see what I'm doing. So if you had laid down linseed oil on this, it would be much easier to blend. I'm just filling in these textured pieces that I see in here. It would be much easier to blend big areas like this, but when you're going over with oil paint something that's already slippery like linseed oil, it makes it very hard for your brush for the paint to come off of your brush onto the canvas. So that's the only thing you need to watch out for when you do linseed. I usually work in layers, and so I can put this on and then when I go to do my highlights, everything kind of blends the way I wanted because I already have a layer of oil paint on here. So just the first layer is what's going to be more difficult to blend and really work with. So I'm going to make this area here a little bit more vibrant. I'm going to take some of this Cad Yellow that I have with whatever's mixed on my brush and maybe some of this lighter color that I mixed up. Just a nice bright color. Add some orange to that. And if this is too bright, we can always put some more of the darker shadow colors in there. Just want to give it a hint that there's some other colors in there. You can already see how nice these oil colors blend versus the acrylics. It makes it much easier to make these large areas softer looking. And then I will take my blender brush, soften that out. Then we can add this lighter color off to the right. Take some of that lighter yellow we mixed up. Loading my brush a little bit heavier than what I did for this area up here because it is a larger section. I'm able to spread the paint around, make it go a little bit farther. So pushing down and then pulling up and just kind of spreading that paint out. I don't want a glob of paint on there. And then we'll take some of this orange and just add it into it. Pushing down hard just to spread that paint throughout the canvas. And then there's hardly any paint left on the end of my bristles, so I'm just bringing that up and feathering it around. And then wipe that off and go back into some of our darker color. And start merging those two together. And then grab some of that rich brown that we mixed up, put some more back in here. And then blend that out. It's kind of just a process of going back and forth to lights to darks. And then we can kind of blend that out, kind of get rid of some of any of the brush strokes that we see. And then we're just going to repeat this process kind of all the way down and around. I'm going to zoom out so that you can see a little bit better. All right, so I've zoomed out. And now we need to put in, I'll show you the reference again. Now we need to put in some of this area down in here. And then we can go through and start putting in our reflections in the glass. So I'm going to grab some of this lighter yellow. We'll start with that. And I'm just going to pop this in because it's not going to be quite as bright as what I'm putting it on as once I get this color in here. It won't be quite as bright, it'll kind of mix together with each other. And I can take some of the orange, pop some of this in. And I'm not going for a perfect match, I just want general similarity. And then bring that right up to that orange. And again, if you go into the background, it's not a big deal because we still have to go through that with the darker color. So now I'm just going to kind of fade this into this area of the glass here. And once we get this first layer on, it'll be a lot easier to get it to blend. Like up in here, how we got it, we were able to put more colors on top of it and it blends more evenly once you get more of that oil on the canvas. It'll definitely blend a lot easier. So just putting this color on and kind of lifting off on my brush just to give it a slight blend around that corner. Picking up some more of just some of the random orange colors that I have around my palette here. I'm going to pull up on this just to make it kind of merge together. There's not a really harsh line right there. So if I were to do just a straight line this way, it would appear more harsh. And then I'm just kind of borrowing some of that dark that I laid down and bringing it down to merge it. I wiped off my brush and now I'm just blending it. Just adding some different shades of the orange in here, the yellows, the oranges. Different shades just to give it some variation. Some of it might not even be in my reference photo, but if I think it needs it, I'll just put it in. You can see the blends already that you get with the oil paint versus the acrylic paint. You can achieve this in acrylic paint. It just takes a lot more layers and it takes a lot of practice to get it to that point. So I see some light areas in here, so I'm just gonna put this on and then blend it out a little bit. Same in here. Punching it up a little, just in some areas. I'm gonna wipe my brush off. And then vertical strokes to blend it. Really soft pressure. Okay, so now we can start blending this way. Take some of that rich brown. Load up the brush. And I'm just going to start putting a coat of this on the underneath layers. And then I can go through with my lighter colors and start adding in some of those streaks. Going in a vertical motion, but I'm using kind of the back end of my brush just to spread this color around. I just want a really light coat. Darken a few areas down in there. Give it some more motion again. Wipe off my brush, and then I can kind of merge those and blend them a little bit more. Can even take the blender brush, soften everything back out. Barely touching. Just this part right here is barely touching. And you want a nice dry blender brush. You don't want it wet at all. Otherwise you'll just be pushing the paint around instead of blending. So now we can add some of these lighter areas in here. I'm going to start with this yellow that we mixed up. Then we can just start pulling straight down, letting the paint kind of come off thicker in some areas. Some areas use a little heavier pressure. This is where a maul stick would come in handy, because I'm not able to put my hand here, my finger here where I would normally, so I'm off to the side, and you can see that my lines aren't perfectly straight anymore. That's just a problem that you run into with oil paint. That's why I didn't paint any of this yet, so that if I need to come over here and rest my hand down, I'm able to. But over on this side proves to be a little bit trickier. Right now we're just using this light orange color. We'll put some different variations in there in a minute. Pick up more paint as you need it. You just don't want to overload the paint because we are going to put some brighter colors in here. So you don't want too much paint on there to cause issues. Let's grab some of this orange as we come this way. Okay, so now let's go in with the little bit darker color first. Let's go back to that brown and maybe some of this deeper, it's almost like a sienna color. We'll just add a few of these in here just to break this up before we put some of that lighter color on. All right, so now that we've got the darker shades in there, we can go in with some of these really bright colors. These really bright yellows that I see. So let's take some of this lighter color, make a pile, and we'll add some Cadmium Yellow to that. And I just wiped off my brush. I just wiped off my brush from the color that we were using before. We can grab even some of this color here with that. And you can see how the paint has kind of built up on my brush like that. You don't want that. And that's from mixing with the brush. That's what that does. So when you mix, you're going to want to wipe your brush clean and then go back into your color. And that way it's just on the bristles like that. So now we're going to be a little bit more selective on where we put this. I don't want all of these to be really bright. Just want to pick out a few just to accentuate it. We can add a little bit more yellow to that, just to vary the colors a little bit. As it comes down here, it's a little more on the yellow side. And it looks like you're seeing, from what the camera's picking up, it's more washed out and white. But when you mix it at home, just know that it's yellow. So just be selective with this. You don't want to highlight the whole thing that color. All right, so now I'm going to take my blender brush and just soften that, set it down a little. So I'm going to pull straight down. And then you can even pull up. I'm going to wipe out my brush, and there's an area here that's a little bit too harsh. And you can grab some of that color and kind of swoop it to the side. It just makes it appear like it's a thicker highlight there. And some of these are a little more squared off. So I'm just kind of trying to give it that illusion. And you can see I already stuck my hand in it somehow. It's part of the job hazard. But oil paints are so much fun, especially landscapes. And they make it a lot easier if you're able to get the acrylic base coat in first. Alright, so there is a very faint, bright highlight that'll probably mostly blend out right here. Take my blender brush and soften that. And we're going to go back through and punch up any of the highlights and dark areas. And it's just kind of the same thing that we do with acrylics. We really get everything on there, and then we put in our brightest brights at the end and our darkest darks at the end. And that's because once we get the background in, it's going to make our lights appear even lighter, and our darks will appear lighter too. So we want to make sure that we adjust once we get all that in. Just kind of nitpicking right now and seeing what I want to adjust before we move on. This is all options, you know, you don't have to do this part. You can make it really simple on yourself, especially for your first oil painting. You can make it really simple on yourself and just take a little bit larger brush and just do one streak down and let it kind of break off the brush. You don't have to get quite as detailed as what I'm getting. These need to come up just a little bit more. All right, so now let's see. I do need to adjust this line here. It's making the water line look uneven. That's better. And your fingers are your best tool. You know, if you're worried about, you know, the toxicity of oil paints, you can wear gloves. I, however, am not too worried about it. I don't like the feel of the gloves on my hand, and I can't exactly get where I want with my finger on it, so I choose not to use the gloves. But if you're going to be smudging around paint with your fingers, then it's probably a good option to use the gloves. Safer option. So I'm just punching up some of these areas just before I move on. All right, so now as I was looking at this area here, and I had mentioned previously when we were doing it in acrylic that it almost looks like an apple, and I think I want to make it an apple. And the reason being, everything in this image, everything in the reference photo, is kind of all orange. Everything's orange. And so I want to break it up a little bit, and I kind of like the idea of having a more red apple that has some of the greens in it and the yellows to tie it all together. But I think I want to turn it into an apple. So I'll show you how to do that. I don't have a reference that I'm going off of for the apple, but because I already have what somewhat looks like an apple, I can go off of that. So let's start on this. We're going to do some of the shadows first. So let's take some of that dark color we mixed up and we'll just get that popped in here and there. It's really going to just fade into the background. And the good thing is that apples all look different. You know, and they grow on the tree, they all kind of look different. So that's why I don't really need a reference right now. It would probably turn out much more realistic if I used a reference. But I like the shape that it is, and I like the colors that I already have going on. So I'm just gonna try to mimic that, and then I'll put a stem coming up here, just to kind of show that it's an apple. So let's take some Alizarin Crimson and maybe some of this orange. I don't want to use white. I want the vibrancy of the red, so I don't want to use white. I do have some regular crimson here that I could mix in with that, just for some of the brighter areas. If I mixed it with white, it's going to turn pink and it's going to dull the color more than what I want. And for these base colors, I don't want to do that. Let's tone that just a little bit with some Burnt Umber, just so it's a more realistic, believable red. We're going to do more layers on top of this, so even if this isn't the color that we want, that's okay. We'll get there. So I'm just using kind of the corner of my brush and just spreading this, scrubbing it on there, very light strokes, not pushing hard at all, but I am making sure that I am spreading this color around. Because we are doing more layers, I don't want to end up with an issue of too much paint on there. If you do, it's not the end of the world. What you would just do is take a paper towel and blot it off. Any excess that you get on there, if you find that it's getting really hard for your paint to want to stick on there, then you'll want to blot it off with a paper towel before you do any other layers on it. Just kind of being a little bit sporadic with this. trying to decide which way, how I want to go, where I want my colors. Okay, so now we can take some of this orange, and what I might do is add, let's see what this gives us. Kind of makes it a nice green. Adding ultramarine blue to this orange pile that we mixed up gives it a nice earthy green, so I'm going to put some of that in here. Hardly any paint on here. It's just enough that if you were to rub your finger on here, you would barely pick up any color. And then I can do some little circles in here just to kind of give it a nice blend with the red. Let's mix up some more of that. Small amount of the blue. Just gives us a nice earthy green hue to it, and that's what we want. We don't want anything drastic. Mix up a bigger pile of that. Go a little bit lighter. Going with the curve of the apple. As we start doing these, as we start doing these top layers, you want to make sure you're following the curve of the apple. I just wiped my brush off, and now I'm going to kind of blend those. Can even add a little bit more of the red that we mixed up. Wipe my brush again. That way it's a primarily clean brush. And now I can just focus on the blending of it. Now we can take some of this orange, put that in a few places. And just keep working at it until you're happy with it. With oil paints, you can just put the color on there, and if you decide, oh, I don't like that color, you just blend it. Blend it away, and then you can put whatever color you want on it. So now we can put some of this lighter orange, maybe add a little bit of magenta to that. And we can kind of pull down into the center. Go back into our dark, put it on, and then pull up, kind of creating a V that kind of comes in. Makes it seem like it's kind of rolling over that way. Let's try adding some ultramarine blue with some white, maybe putting in a little bit of a reflective shadow back in here. This may not look good, I don't know, we'll see. If it doesn't, we just blend it out. That way, once we get the background in, it's able to show a little bit more. Just add, it won't just blend in and half the apple be cut off. So we'll just be real sparing with it. Doesn't need a lot. Just a hint of it here and there. And what you're seeing is a lot brighter than what it looks like right now. And you can just soften that. Maybe add just a little bit of that right on this underneath area. And we'll see if I like that once we move forward and get the background in. If not, I just go over it or blend it away. It's as easy as that. I did lose some of my dark in here, so I want to put that back in. That's an important part. Kind of gives it the 3D look, if you can get that in. So now we can put in a stem. I'm not gonna be too crazy with this. Just pick up some random colors, really. It's gonna be pretty dark. There's gonna be hardly any light on it. And we'll just draw it on like this, and then the top is a little bit wider than the rest. Add your dark in. And then we can take some of that and put it on this back side. Wiping off my brush, that way I can blend it a little bit, soften it. Grab some light color, it doesn't really matter, we're not putting a lot on there, just a dab. Wipe the brush off and then blend it. All right, that wasn't too bad. Pretty happy with that. I do want to brighten this up here just a little bit. I'm going to just grab some of that really light color that we mixed up, and I'm just grabbing just a little bit, and then we're going to blend it. We can put a little bit back here. So I'm wiping my brush off again, starting in the center and then pulling it out. And that way, as you pick up some of the outer colors, the orange and everything that we did on the outside, it's not going to dull this color too much. So once you go into those oranges, you don't want to go back in to that bright color. Just grabbing it and pulling, that way it'll blend it a little bit more. It's a little bright right now. All right, so now we can move on to the oranges. All right, so let's take some of this orange that we mixed up here, and we'll start with that. I might even add a little bit more orange to that. Just kind of get a mixture of both of them. And we'll kind of go back and forth between different colors. So let's start with this one here. And I'm going to start popping this color in wherever I think it should be. Going out from the center out in a rounded, kind of following the curve of the orange. And that's important because if you were to come in here like this, it makes the orange look very flat. So you need to keep your paint going in the direction of whatever subject you're doing. Then we can pick up some of this crimson here, just a little bit, just to give it a different shade of orange. It's still orange, there's not enough crimson to make it crimson, but I just want a deeper color in some areas. Being a little bit more selective as to where I put this color. So I don't want to cover up all of the orange I just did, but it needs the dimension in there. And then there's some of this color back here. Then there's this brighter orange that makes it kind of look translucent on this side here. Right now I'm just kind of blocking it in. I'm not worried about any details right now. Then we can put just some of this lighter yellow in here. Just kind of being sporadic with it. Okay, now I'll wipe off my brush and we can start blending this a little bit. There is a dark line right here that I'm going to be putting in. So I just want to keep that in mind when I'm painting it, that there is going to be a separation right there. So then we can kind of soften some of this out by pulling straight up from the center. Now let's get some of that really bright color that we have here. I'm going to put some of that in here. And if you pick up some of that orange like I just did, you want to wipe your brush, go back into some of the clean, lighter color, and then pull up just to help brighten it back up. And then we're going to do just some sporadic kind of lines in here. I'll put some of that lighter color on there first and then kind of swoop upward in the direction of the orange. That's important. And then there's some of this color back here, kind of comes down. And then right in this section here, it's really bright. Some of that rind skin stuff that's on an orange is hitting that light. So I want it to be a little bit on the bright side just to separate these two. And then same right here. Just kind of using the corner of my brush just to give it some texture. I don't want to outline this whole thing. I want to pick out where my bright areas are. Be selective with that. Otherwise you can easily overwhelm it. And then back here, it's a little bit darker, so I'm grabbing some of this lighter yellow, and there's just a really faint highlight on this back side. And then here's where the vein kind of goes through. And so I'm gonna put some of this lighter color here. And now I'll wipe my brush off and get some darker color. We'll just go into some random dark colors, whatever you have. And put this in between those two. And then we can take some of that color and kind of drag it out, because there is some veins, it looks like, that since the light is coming this way, you're able to see through the orange a little bit. So just to give it the illusion that there's something else going on there. And then I think I want to take my blender brush and just very gently soften some of this out. Very gently. And what that does is it just, any ridges of paint that have built up, causing like a feel of texture, that will help knock that down. So I'm going to add some of this orange back here just to give it a more translucent feel. And then more of this orange coming around this way. And then we can take some of this red and maybe add some magenta to that. Not a lot of paint on the brush, just a little bit. And just where this edge is, I want to put some of this suggestion of detail in here. We can add a little bit throughout here. Not even paying attention to my reference at this point. Just want to give the illusion. I'm not looking to paint each individual orange, you know, all the threads and everything coming off. I'm not looking to paint all of that. Just want to give it a nice similarity. So we can add some of this in here where it's shadowed by this one. Just kind of softly blend that. And then I'm going to wipe my brush really well, go into some more of the lighter color, and be more selective as to where I put these now. right, so I think what we'll do is move on to the next one. And I will probably time lapse these ones just because it's the same scenario as this, doing the same kind of pattern and everything. So just to make this video not quite so long, I'll go ahead and time lapse these two, and then I'll show you, I'll stop with the flowers. Okay, so now that these are just about done, let's move on to the flowers. I'm going to start from the back of the flower back here and move forward. And I'm going to use, for right now, I'm going to use a number 4 filbert. And let's start, we're going to see how this goes. My reference photo doesn't show distinct, let's see if I can show you. Doesn't show really distinct petals. Everything's kind of really light and it's hard to distinguish. So I'm just going to kind of make up my own for the most part. I'm going to take some, actually I picked up some lighter color, but I think I want to try double loading. So I'm going to pick up some of this darker orange beige color. And then on the tip of it, pick up some of this lighter color. So you can see my brush has kind of 2 different tones on it. And I'm going to start from the outside here, push down, and then pull and lift off. And this kind of gives me some different tones in there. Let me see if I can zoom in real quick. All right, hopefully you can see that a little bit better. So I'm going to kind of do the same thing with a little bit darker color. I kind of have 3 colors on there at the moment. And I'm just going to pick out some flowers and start putting them in just wherever I see it, and letting the brush, the colors on the brush kind of just flow off, making my darks and my shadows and the movements within it all on its own. I don't know what kind of flower this is, but we're just going to kind of make it whatever we want. I'm just getting these colors in here just so I can see where some of the differences are in the petals. Once I distinguish that, then I can lighten or darken certain areas. Don't get rid of all your darks. You need darks in there, otherwise they're not going to show the light colors. And I'm just kind of dragging that color in. See, I just did that again. I'm so used to working with acrylics. It's been so long that I forget that I've got to be wary of smudging what's underneath my hand. So just pick up kind of a variety of colors, some different colors on your brush. I have some orange on there, some of the brown, some white, and we're just going to pop some of these in. And then once we get these in, we can add some highlight and shadow areas. And we're going to go back through and kind of blend these together and make them look a little bit more realistic. Right now I just want to get some variation in color on there. All right, so now we're going to take a smaller filbert. We're going to kind of fill in all of these gaps that you see are really dark in there. And so I'm going to take some of this dark brown that we mixed up. We can add a little bit of Alizarin Crimson to that. And I'm just going to start pulling some of this through. distinguishing the petals a little bit more. Towards the centers are going to be a little bit darker and more on the red side. Then as it comes out into the light, it's going to be a little bit more yellow-orange for the shadow areas. I want to get that dark background that we have kind of covered up and blended in a little bit more, because otherwise it looks like it's just some parts of the flower are see-through, and that's not the look I want. Like it's showing too much of the background, this background color. So I just want to pull it in, kind of get rid of some of that color. So as I go, I'm just kind of borrowing color from wherever I see it and kind of pulling it around just to kind of cover some of that background color. So I'm not adding any more paint right now, I'm just borrowing. Kind of spreading it around. And then again, I'm not worried about the outside edges because we're going to go over that. Okay, so now we can add, actually this needs a little bit more in the shadow areas in here. And I think I want to soften it out just a little bit, so I'm going to take a blender brush and I'm going to pull in into the center. Just so it gives it a little softer look. And what would be really pretty is like I said in the acrylic portion, some purple flowers would be really pretty right here, just because we have so much orange going on, or even blue because we do have lots of the oranges and the yellows going on. All right, so now I want to grab some really bright color, and I'm going to grab just white because it's going to mix with the colors that I already have on here. And so it's not going to end up being pure white. I'm going to be a little bit more deliberate with where I want to put this. you lost some of your petal shapes, you can kind of indicate some more in there. When you go back for more color, more of the bright color, you want to wipe your brush off before you pick up any more of that color. Otherwise it's just going to mix. And then you'll just have a dull, bright color. So that's why you always want to keep a paper towel handy. All right, so now we're going to fill in the background, and I'm going to take just some of this dark color that we've mixed up here. And actually, I might add just a little bit of the mineral spirits to it, the turpentine. It's going to be primarily paint, so I'm going to dry most of that moisture off of my brush, just to give it a little bit more fluidity, so it'll spread a little easier. So we'll start here and just spread this paint around. And once we get closer to the jar and all the other stuff, we'll go ahead and switch to a smaller brush, just to be sure we can really be precise about it. And it's a very similar color to what's already on the canvas, but we are going to add a little bit of black in just a minute. As we come down, we can add a little black to that, just to deepen that even more. Being careful not to go over our jar. We'll get the smaller brush out in just a minute. Want to make sure I have a nice even coat on there. Grab some more black around the edges here. Just scrubbing this color. You want to make sure you work it into the canvas. Get a nice blend on it. And I know right here is going to be darker. Same as right here. Underneath the apple will be darker. Under the flowers, and we'll get more precise when we get the smaller brush. Down in here is going to be nice and dark. good dark color. All right, so now I'm going to take a blender brush and just get rid of any brush strokes that I see. All right, so now let's get a smaller flat. So this is a number 9. And we're gonna go into that same dark color. And let's get a little bit of the mineral spirits, just a little, dabbing most of it off of my brush. I don't want a lot. And then this is where we can come in and start cleaning things up a little. And then just blend it back into the background. We're just going to swoop some of that dark color into the lid so that it blends into the background, kind of just disappears. Use a nice chiseled edge so that you can get this nice and clean right in here. And if you have a maul stick, this is the time to use it. Like I said before, I don't have one, so my lines aren't going to be quite as straight as they should be. And so you're just going to cut it all in and cut around all of it. So I'll go ahead and time lapse this so you can kind of see what we're doing here. Just nice chiseled edge. Try and get a steady hand as best you can. A new brush works best here. This one's new. It works best here, that way there's no frayed ends. This one's really a soft brush. I might actually switch to a little firmer brush. I'm going to go back to the number 6 shader. I'm going to use that one instead for the rest of it, but I'll time lapse all this so you don't have to watch me cut through all of it. Okay, so now we have the background filled in. Now we can put in these reflections that I see. So we're going to pick up on the right side of our brush. We're going to pick up on this side here. We're going to pick up a darker reddish color. And then on the other side of our brush, we'll pick up a lighter orange. And we're going to see where these reflections are, plop it down like this, and then pull straight down. Same thing here. We're going to adjust these in a minute, but just so we can get some color on there. And then this one has a little bit more of the red tone, magenta. So we'll just put this color down just like this. And then this one has more yellow to it. So we have a good start. Now we're going to wipe our brush off. And we're going to pull back and forth and soften that up. Kind of set it down a little bit and just continue to do that throughout all of these. And this is the same technique that you would do to get a water look with oils. So you would pull down, you're going to go vertical with it, and then horizontal. And that really just sets it down into the painting, makes it appear flat. Then we can just add here and there just some different motion to it. And it was easy as that. You have your reflections in. Now, these reflections are a little bit more detailed, but I wanted to make mine appear a little bit like it's on a glass table almost. We can add just maybe a few brighter areas in there. So we'll just go like this, just to give it some motion in some areas. And then as it comes this way, it's a little more red. And it's pretty much just reflecting whatever you have above it. So if you have a lot of red and like the apple has a lot of red, it's going to reflect that red. Okay, so pull down. Just kind of create some longer streaks. And then side to side. Very light pressure. The harder you push, the more it's going to blend it. So if there's an area that's a little too harsh, you can push a little bit harder or just go over it a little bit more. And that's it for the reflections in the background. That was pretty simple. Now I do want to spice up some of the highlights in certain areas. So I think I'm going to grab a clean brush. I'm going to grab a number 8 flat. And we're going to go in with some thick white. And I'm just going to pop this on wherever I want to up some of my values, give it a little bit more drama. And the thicker that you put it on, the more coverage and brightness you're going to get from it. In this step, you could actually wait, if you wanted it to be even brighter, you can wait until the painting is dry and then go over it, and that'll really make it pop, which I still might do. I won't film that, but for when I sell this one, I still might do that. So then here has some nice bright on it. Being selective with this, I don't want to overpower all the white. And then can add some to our petals. These ones have quite a bit of paint on them, so the white probably isn't going to show up quite as much. Remember I said the more paint that you have on there, the more it wants to just kind of brush right over it and not pull it off of your brush. Just be real selective with this. You don't want to overpower it. It's very easy to get too much in there, and then you lose all of your shadows. And then make sure you stand back and look before you call it done. This needs to be a little bit brighter. And I think I'm happy with that. Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with that. So you just want to sign it and then call it good. And it's going to take probably, it would probably take at least a week to dry. On these hard panels though, like I said, soaks it up pretty good. But I would say maybe a week would probably be a safe bet, a safe guess. So I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. I know it was really long, but I hope if you enjoyed it, please like and subscribe. And I plan to do more oil painting as well as acrylics, of course. And if you have any questions, please just put them in the comments below and I will make sure I answer. And any suggestions would be wonderful. So I hope you guys have a great day and I look forward to the next video.